And they're off. Golden Test was out best from the rail with Her to Ghost deepest on the track. Red in front third early with Awe Inspired and Clive Cross at the back. It's an easy lead for Golden Test and Chris Husbands, up by 2.5 as they race towards the 5 furlong marker. Red in front is racing next on the inside of Her to Ghost. Clive Cross racing in fourth on the inside, and Awe Inspired can see them all. The opening quarter was 22-3. It is Golden Test at 4-5, leading the charge with 3.5 furlongs to travel. Red in front is watching from second. Her to Ghost is 3 deep. Awe Inspired and Clive Cross continue to race together at the back. Round the turn they go. It is Golden Test still leading the way with Red in front, tracking from second as the field begins to string out. The half was 45-3. Her to Ghost is third on the outside. Awe Inspired trying to rally past Clive Cross. They turn for home. It's Golden Test looking to go gate to wire. Red in front is still in contention. Her to Ghost down the extreme outside. Awe Inspired going to try and rally up the rail with less than a furlong to go. It is Golden Test still uncontested. Awe Inspired rallying into second, but he's not going to get to Golden Test. Golden Test holds on by 2 over Awe Inspired. Red in front, Her to Ghost and Clive Cross. 118-1. And they're off. A pretty level beginning. Hicksy out best, but People Are People also showing up from the outside with MC Jackhammer. Dream On Baby racing in fourth in close order from the inside. It's 3 lengths back to the trailer, Brady O'Brady. It is a speed duel up front. Hicksy on the inside with People Are People the outer. Dream On Baby has raced into third on the inside of MC Jackhammer as they complete the opening quarter in 22-2. Still 4 lengths back to Brady O'Brady. 3 furlongs left to travel. People Are People and Hicksy still head and head. MC Jackhammer tips out to the 3 path and is taking closer order. Dream On Baby needs somewhere to go. Brady O'Brady still at the back. Just over a quarter of a mile to go. People Are People is shaken clear of Hicksy but has MC Jackhammer to deal with. Now Dream On Baby swings to the outside and Brady O'Brady is closing. 45-4 to the half. 3 across the track. Dream On Baby gathering ground with every stride. MC Jackhammer and People Are People still there, but Dream On Baby has swept to the front and is going away. Chris Husbands takes the early double as Dream On Baby kicks on to win by 4. A photo for place between Brady O'Brady and People Are People, then MC Jackhammer and Hicksy, 111-1. And they're off. Foolish Games was out a step slowly but recovered quickly and has gone straight to the lead for Kirk Johnson. She's up 1.5 lengths to Ash Carnelli and Legs Like Flatter, who races a pair. It's another length back to Addybug, racing on the outside of Lulu's Lullaby. 4.5 furlongs left to travel. It is Foolish Games clear on the lead with Ash Carnelli and Legs Like Flatter stalking. Lulu's Lullaby saves ground from fourth, a half length better than Addybug. The opening quarter was 22-1. Foolish Games continues to be loose on the lead as they race towards the 3 furlong marker. Ash Carnelli is racing on the inside of Legs Like Flatter. Lulu's Lullaby looking for somewhere to go from fourth on the inside, and Addybug continues to trail. It is Foolish Games still on top as they reach the half in 45 and 3. Ash Carnelli comes off the rail to launch her bid with Legs Like Flatter 3 deep. Room up the inside for Lulu's Lullaby if good enough. Foolish Games still has the lead, but she's being challenged now by Ash Carnelli. It's Foolish Games trying to fight off Ash Carnelli. Lulu's Lullaby rallying. Foolish Games holding the lead. Ash Carnelli is trying. Foolish Games still on top. Foolish Games will deliver. It's Foolish Games and Kirk Johnson a length to Ash Carnelli, then Legs Like Flatter and Lulu's Lullaby. 1:12 flat. And they're off. Fanny M was out well with Tattoos on My Soul from the outside. Let's Be First being asked for some speed. Brazilian Legacy taking back the track this trio with Sarah's Dancer racing in fifth and Fix Your Hair Up Pretty at the back. 3 across the track as they race down the backside, a narrow advantage to Fanny M being hounded on the rail by Tattoos on My Soul. Let's Be First racing 3 deep. Sarah's Dancer and Brazilian Legacy race as a pair, and it's 4 more lengths to Fix Your Hair Up Pretty. 22 and 2 for the opening quarter, and now Fanny M lets out a notch and opens up a length. Tattoos on My Soul asked to keep up from the rail in second as Let's Be First begins to lose position. Sarah's Dancer is on the inside in fourth with Brazilian Legacy ridden along, and Fix Your Hair Up Pretty will have to come from last. The half was 46 seconds flat. Fanny M has the advantage at the head of the lane. Tattoos on My Soul tries to re-break. Up the inside, Fix Your Hair Up Pretty is trying to close. Widest is Sarah's Dancer. Brazilian Legacy rallying, but Fanny M has opened up 2 lengths. Tattoos on My Soul not done with yet. It is still Fanny M. Tattoos on My Soul is trying with Sarah's Dancer. Here comes Brazilian Legacy, but Fanny M holds on. Fanny M by a neck. It's a photo for place between Brazilian Legacy and Tattoos on My Soul, then Sarah's Dancer. And they're off. Jersey King was out well from the inside with Drop Your Gloves, and from the outside, My Math is Correct sent to the lead. Arami Speitster is also in the early tussle. Dropping back to trail the field early is Time's a Breeze. It is My Math is Correct, not getting the lead as easily this time. He's a half length better than Jersey King. Arami Speitster stalks from the outside in third with Drop Your Gloves falling back and Time's a Breeze at the back. The opening quarter was 22 and 1, and now My Math is Correct has taken control. Arami Speitster is into second past Jersey King with Drop Your Gloves, and Time's a Breeze continues to trail. Only about 5 lengths front to back, less than 3 furlongs to travel, and My Math is Correct has not been given a breather. He's now being challenged by Arami Speitster, who puts the head in front. The half was 45 and 1. Jersey King is third, and now Time's a Breeze tries to get going from last past Drop Your Gloves. At the head of the lane, the lead now belongs to Arami Speightster. Times a Breeze swings to the outside. He's made up a lot of ground. Jersey King is still in contention as my math is correct. Tires. Arami Speightster has gotten clear. Times a Breeze is the threat down the far outside. It's Arami Speightster. Times a Breeze coming. Times a Breeze, one last push. Times a Breeze getting up. Times a Breeze last to first under Cheyenne Kerr. It's Times a Breeze over Arami Speightster, then Jersey King and Drop Your Gloves. 118-2. And they're off. Bit of crowding in the center of the gate. Hiberday and Miss had to take up early. Brilliant Disguise was out well, being joined quickly by More Galalady. Nantucket's Day splitting them. Silent Patsy is racing in fourth on the outside with Dancing in Rio and trailing Hiberday and Miss. They're pretty tightly bunched as they race around the clubhouse turn. It's a duel up front between More Galalady putting the head in front of Brilliant Disguise and now getting a half-length clear. Nantucket's Day is under a hold from the inside with Silent Patsy into third. Then it's 2 lengths back to the trailing duo of Hiberday and Miss and Dancing in Rio. More Galalady now leads a length. They went the opening quarter in a very moderate 26 seconds flat. Silent Patsy has moved into second on the far outside. Brilliant Disguise back into a pocket from third with Nantucket's Day. On the outside, Hiberday and Miss is racing in fifth with Dancing in Rio trailing. They race into the far turn. Now Silent Patsy puts the pressure on More Galalady as they race to half in 50-2. Nantucket's Day is alone in third, 5 lengths off these dueling leaders. Here comes Dancing in Rio trying to get going from last past Hiberday and Miss, and Brilliant Disguise has fallen to last. They turn for home. It is Silent Patsy and More Galalady head and head at the head of the lane. Nantucket's Day is trying to rally, still has 6 lengths to make up on these leaders. Now Silent Patsy is trying to get past More Galalady, but More Galalady responds. Nantucket's Day is coming, but it might be too late. Silent Patsy, More Galalady. Here comes Nantucket's Day down to the wire. Silent Patsy will prove best. Silent Patsy over More Galalady, a late close from Nantucket's Day. Then Dancing in Rio and Hiberday and Miss, 128-3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Fort Erie Racetrack for a Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing here from the Border Oval. After an overcast morning, the skies are starting to clear. It's turning into a lovely day here in the Niagara region. Partly cloudy, 16 degrees Celsius or 61 Fahrenheit. Slight breeze coming out. I'd say it's less than the 5 miles per hour at the moment. The main track is fast. The turf is good with the rail out 12 feet. 29 minutes to today's first post. Visit our website, fortierieracing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping analysis, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back next week at Fort Erie. Monday and Tuesday, post time will be 12:15. Closing day next Tuesday, October 21st, will be Fort Erie's Fan Appreciation Day. Post time is 12:15. We'll have free programs, prize draws between races, and a mandatory jackpot high five payout. New this year for the closing day card, we will have 2 new stakes races, including the Crimson Maple Cup, as well as the Harvest Moon Cup, both races going for purses of $30,000 guaranteed. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $12.39 per person. The track pack includes 1 food item, 1 drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. We're having a non-winning ticket draw today at Fort Erie. Put your name and phone number on the back of your non-winning tickets and drop them in the basket at customer service to enter the prize draw. Today's prize draw features the 90th Prince of Wales coffee mug. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Fort Erie is proud to partner with Oneida New Holland of Niagara. We'd like to thank them for providing us with a new tractor for maintenance this season. And thank you to our new partners at True Green Professional Lawn Care, who have been helping us keep the grass looking green and lush. And a shout out to our partners at Downtown Dental Center, where lead dentist and owner Dr. Amika George says your smile deserves the best. And a shout out to our new partners at All-in-One Legal Concierge. If you have legal hurdles, you can bet on All-in-One. Pick 5 pools guaranteed at $10,000 today. They begin in races 1 and 3. Pick 4s start in races 2 and 4. They're guaranteed at $7,500. Jackpot high five wagering offered in race 7 today. The carryover is $13,386.44. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage are allowed in these areas, and no cannabis is allowed on the property. Up next are today's changes. In race 1, there'll be no show and no superfecta wagering. We have a steward scratch of the number 2, Hyper Holiday. In race 2, we have an overweight on the number 1, Cantucci. The rider will be 1 pound over at 123. Race 3 is clear, no changes in the 3rd. In race 4, we have a rider change on the number 5, Portia's Run. Make the rider Juan Crawford. Race 5 is clear, no changes in the 5th. No changes in race 6. In race 7, we have a rider change on the number 1, Mia Said. Make the rider Juan Crawford and correct the weight to 120 pounds. We also have an ownership correction on Mia Said. The ownership should read Andre Gooden and Shyla Carty. 7 races on tap for this day, Tuesday, here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Main track is fast and the turf is good. Let's take a look at our selections on today's program. Race 1 is a maiden claimer for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, going 6 furlongs for the bottom tag of $4,000 down to $3,750. $10,000 guaranteed early pick 5 starts here. Big scratch of the number 2, Hyper Holiday. So we're down to a field of 4 to kick off the day here from Fort Erie Racetrack. My top choice here is the number 3, Dreams for All. This is a first-time starter coming down from Woodbine for trainer Devin Gittins, a homebred for Bruno Chickadans. We've got Kirk Johnson in the saddle. The Gittins barn has been very live at Woodbine all season. This one has missed some time between breezes. The work tab is nothing special, kind of what you'd expect for something debuting as a 4-year-old for $4,000. There's just really not much to beat here. Most of these horses have not been very competitive, regardless of the levels they've been racing at. So I think Dreams for All has found a cozy spot for her debut. Number 1, Charlita, was a distant third for this level on September 22nd. She's picked up a few checks. Never really been a win threat, but just been in the money in some smaller fields. Amanda Vandermeer's riding this one for owner-trainer Aaron Rickman. Should be in the money again. Then the number 4, Ring It Up. Chris Husbands rides for Joe Humber. Ring It Up has had a couple of second-place efforts at this level this season. She's run 4 times, picked up a check in all 4 starts, and figures to pick up a check again in this short field. Race 2 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. We're going 1 mile and 70 yards for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750. $7,500 guaranteed early pick 4 starts here. Another field of 5. Going to go to gate here. Looking at who wants the distance here, I've landed on the number 4, Bill Needle. Joe Humber sends this one out with Chris Husbands in the saddle. Bill Needle actually ran a pretty good race last time. He was third by 8.5 lengths, but the winner, Gus's Gamble, drew off. That was last week on Tuesday over a sloppy track. Look, 2 starts ago, though, he ran a good third, going 1 mile and a 16th for $62.50. I just think at this distance, Bill Needle is in a good spot here and will run another solid race. Big morning line favorite is the number 1, Cantucci, going for the very live Jeff Voice barn. Ishmael Mascara in the saddle. Very easy win against 5,000 non-3s on September 29th. Showed speed and was never really threatened in the stretch, going 6 furlongs. Not sure how badly he wants the 1 mile and 70-yard distance, but if he gets an easy enough lead, he might just be able to coast the whole way. Might have to take some pressure from He's Fully Loaded. And for the show spot, the number 2, Mimi's Holiday. Finished mid-pack for $7,500 at Woodbine on September 25th. That was her first start since July. Gets back to the dirt, which is a better surface for her, and her second start off of that 2-month break. Mimi's Holiday, the mare taking on the boys, doesn't look too bad here. Edgar Zenteno riding for Ken Smith. Race 3 is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. We're going 6.5 furlongs to kick off the $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5. Field of 5 set to go here. Pretty competitive group, I would say. My top choice here is the 1, Perfect Forever Town for Mickey Neubauer and Melanie Pinto. Perfect Forever Town ran a good second on debut behind the speedy Sky Divine. Then second time out on September 22nd, tried to show speed, went to the lead, and got tired. So I think this time if they tried going back to that more off-the-pace tactic, Perfect Forever Town might be stronger in the stretch. She's also only made 2 starts. Sometimes they regress off of a good first-time out effort. I think this is a good spot for Perfect Forever Town. Number 3, Daisy Crest. Has been racing at Woodbine this season. Ran a decent 4th last time out, 1 paced in the stretch, beaten 3 lengths for $15,000, going 1 mile and a 16th. She's had a couple of okay efforts here on the Fort Erie dirt. She's hit the board in 4 out of 7 starts over the Fort Erie surface. It's a small field, and she might like cutting back to the sprint. If you look back on July 24th at Woodbine, she was beaten ahead going 6.5 furlongs. Before that, she was beaten a half length going 7/8. So I don't think Daisy Crest looks bad here. We've got Leo Salas riding this time for Roy Augustino. The number 5, Salmyaki. Chris Husbands rides this one for Joe Humber. It's a Hillendale Farms bred, daughter of Twirling Candy. Ran a good second behind Noble Bowden on September 22nd at this level when making her Fort Erie debut. Showed that she handles the dirt and figures to be a factor here. 9 to 5 morning line on Salmyaki. Race 4 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, fillies and mares which have never won 2 races. $4,000 the claiming price, 5.5 furlongs the distance. $7,500 guaranteed late pick 4 starts here. Field of 6 going to compete this first leg of the late pick 4. Pretty unanimous pick here, the number 3, Mike and the Viking. Dropped in for $8,000 on September 29th and ran a very good second behind the pace-setting Let's Be First. Now cuts in half again, 4,000. Richard Davis trains this one for Hesty Sport. Chris Husbands in the saddle. I just think this is a much easier group than what Mike in the Viking has been facing. She should be the best here. Number 1, Ring Bit goes for Nick Malini Jr., a homebred for Bruno Chicadans. Leo Salas will be in the saddle. Looked like a winner turning for home, but got run down by Night Saber when racing at this level on September 30th. Before that, 8 days prior, was a pretty comfortable maiden 4 winner. She's got speed, she's got the inside, she doesn't need the lead if she doesn't get it, so I think Ring Bit definitely a factor here. Been racing very well since coming to Fort Erie. Then the number 6, Helana, gets back to the dirt and drops in for 4,000. She was a non-factor in an allowance race on the turf on September 30th. Before that, ran a pretty good third for 4,000 on the turf. Before that, ran 4th on the dirt. She runs fine on the dirt, outside draw, getting back in for a price she fits. Howard Newell rides this one for Howard Keene. Race 5 is a claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2, 6,250 down to 6,000, going 6.5 furlongs. The final rolling pick 3 of the day starts here in race 5. Got a field of 7 fillies and mares going to go to gate here. I thought this was kind of a tough spot. I ended up with the number 7, All for Honor, coming down from Woodbine for Dominic Paulsonelli. Steve Jadu with his first mount at Fort Erie this year. All for Honor came down to Fort Erie last year and was able to win a maiden special weight pretty impressively with a nice rally. And then 2 weeks after that ran second in a non-2 allowance at this distance. So we know that she likes the dirt. Her last race at Woodbine really wasn't that bad. She was 4th by 6 3/4. You look 4 starts ago, she almost won at Woodbine. I think getting back to the dirt and dropping in, All for Honor, could definitely be a factor at an okay price. Number 5, Super Serenade, ran a very game second in a non-2 allowance on September 22nd, dueled on the lead and dug in to be 3rd by a length. She didn't want to go towards the gate that day, so watch her behavior in the warm-up. See what she does here, but she's dropping in for 6,250. If she can run back to that last effort, she will be a factor. Howard Newell again in the saddle for Howard Keene. Then the number 2, Disgruntled Pelican. She was in decent form early in the season, but her last 2 starts have been a bit disappointing. She drops in for 6,250 now. Chris Husbands will ride for Richard Davis. I think Disgruntled Pelican in with a shot on the class drop. On the turf for race 6, it's a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3. We're going about 7 furlongs for a price of 60. It's going to go to gate here. Top choice for me is the number 2, Forest Woodsman for Danny Wills. Jeffrey Alderson in the saddle. He was a nice winner against 8,000 non-winners of 2 on September 1st. 2 weeks later, came back with a game 3rd place effort at this 6,250 non-3 level. He's got a good post. He wants to be forwardly placed, but he does not need the lead. He should be able to break well and save ground from the 2-hole. Forest Woodsman, definitely a player on the turf. Number 3, Screen Legend. Dueled on the lead and came up a neck short behind Grand Spirited in an off-turf race last week. Before that was the pace setter going this distance on the turf and just held second from Forest Woodsman. He's going to break sharp. Kirk's going to send him to the lead, and we're just going to see how far he goes, but he's definitely a good contender for Julie Mathis and Kirk Johnson. Then the number 1, Midnight Tempesta, comes down from Woodbine for trainer Steve Chirkop. Hasn't raced since October 1st. Just looking for the class relief here. Has a good post. His best race this year has been his turf race at Woodbine back on June 20th. So we'll see if Midnight Tempesta can be a factor at this level. Moving on to the nightcap, race 7 is a claimer for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3. It's a 5 furlong sprint for 5,000 down to 4,750. $13,000 in the jackpot high 5, field of 7 to close out the racing week. Here from Fort Erie Racetrack. Put Juan Crawford on the number 1, Mia Said. My top choice is the number 1, Mia Said, coming down from Woodbine for Krista Cole. Juan Crawford picking up the mount. Mia Said came up completely empty in his last start on September 12th at Woodbine for 7,500. Showed speed and came to a stop. My reason for picking this one is I find these Mr. Speakers really like the dirt. And this is just big class relief for Mia Said. 2 starts ago, he won a maiden 10. If he was coming into this race off of a maiden 10 win at Woodbine, he'd probably be 1-9. Now nobody picks him because he ran bad last time. I'm going to give him a shot. I like this pedigree for the dirt. He's got some speed from the inside. Definitely worth a look to me. Number 3, Canadian Avro. Kind of been a repeat story this year. Shows speed, looks good at the 8th pole, gets tired, and gives up position. Last time he was second best behind People Are People, who was taking a massive class plunge. Again, he's going to show speed. He's getting a little bit less distance to work with today, which could be beneficial. Melanie Pinto rides for Joe Humber and Gerald Erfel. Canadian Avro should be on the lead. Number 5, Magical Champagne. Was able to win 2 in a row for 4,000, then bumped up to the 5 non-winners of 3 level on September 29th, dueled on the lead and was outkicked by Cantucci. Dueling with Cantucci that day was not an easy thing to do. Magical Champagne, Amanda Vandermeers rides for Steve Cathcart, another one who could show some speed but might be in more of a stalking position with the cut back to 5 furlongs. 14 minutes to today's first post. Best of luck with all of your wagers and enjoy your day here at Fort Erie Racetrack.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPIBet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
Field is making their way on track for today's first race. Race 1 is a maiden claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, going for a claiming price of $4,000 down to $3,750, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $16,800. No show and no superfecta wagering in Race 1. Race 1 offers win place, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering, the pool guaranteed, at $10,000. Race 1 post parade, number 1 is Charlita. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for owner-trainer Aaron Rickman. Scratch the 2. Number 3 is Dreams for All. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Devin Gittins and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 4 is Ring It Up. Chris Husbands riding for trainer Joe Humber and owner Rosalie Raphael. Also from the barn of Joe Humber is the number 5, Not Your Honey. Juan Crawford rides for owner Tammy Humber. 2 minutes to post for race 1. $10,000 guaranteed early pick 5 starts here. Starting gate moving into position. Last call to get your race 1 wagers in. 3 to 5 favorite is the number 4, Ring It Up. Race 1 starts the $10,000 guaranteed early pick 5 on today's card. Last call to get your race 1 wagers in. Race 1 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. $4,000 maiden fillies and mares to kick off the Tuesday here at Fort Erie. First in will be Charlita with Amanda Vandermeersch. First time starter Dreams for All, Kirk Johnson in the Bruno Schickadan Silks. Four to 5 favorite Ring It Up with Chris Husbands. And stablemate Not Your Honey with Juan Crawford will complete the line. All set. And they're off. Dreams for All was out a step slowly. Not Your Honey out well from the outside with Ring It Up. Charlita quickly being passed by Dreams for All, who's making a rush to the front. Tightly bunched in the early stages, and after the slow beginning, Dreams for All has assumed control. She's 3/4 of a length better than Not Your Honey as the field begins to string out. Ring It Up is racing on the outside in third, and the trailer is Charlita. The opening quarter was 22-4. Dreams for All is up by 2 lengths as they race into the turn. Not Your Honey chasing along in second. Ring It Up is third, and Charlita is still at the back. They race within the 3 furlong pole. It's about 6 lengths front to back. Dreams for All on top by 2, moving comfortably. Not Your Honey has asked for a little more, coming back on from second with Ring It Up third, and Charlita going to try and rally up the inside. The half was 47-2. They swing for the drive, and now Not Your Honey has taken the lead from Dreams for All, who's come to a stop. Charlita has made up a lot of ground from the back and has to split foes as Ring It Up rallies down the far outside. Ring It Up now takes control from Not Your Honey. Charlita has stalled. Ring It Up and Chris Husbands are going on to win. Ring It Up is kicking on to win by 4, make it 5 at the wire. Not Your Honey held second from Charlita, and Dreams for All was last. 114-4. Unofficial in race 1, the winner is number 4, Ring It Up. Second is the 5, Not Your Honey. Third, number 1, Charlita. And fourth, number 3, Dreams for All. Unofficial race 1 order, 4-5-1-3. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's first race, number 4, Ring It Up. Ring It Up is a 5-year-old dark bear brown mare by Amy's Flatter out of Ring in the Night, bred here in Ontario by Dr. Victoria Banks and Billy Theranos. Ridden victory today by Chris Husbands. Ring It Up is trained by Joe Humber for Rosalie Raphael. Ring It Up rallies to break the maiden in start number 13, completing the 6 furlongs today in a time of 1:14.4. Congratulations to the connections of Ring It Up. Hold all tickets until race 1 is made official. Race 1 is now official. Prices are up. Ring It Up paid $4 to win, $2.20 to place. No show wagering in race 1. The number 5, Not Your Honey, was $6.50 to place. $2 exacta 4-5, $18 even. The $1 try, 4-5-1, $10.55. No superfecta wagering in the first. We're having non-winning ticket draws today at Fort Erie. Put your name and phone number on the back of your non-winning tickets and drop them in the basket at customer service to enter the prize draw. Today's prize draw features the 90th Prince of Wales coffee mug. Race 2, coming up in 18 minutes, we have an overweight on the number 1 Cantucci. The rider will be 1 pound over at 123.
Race 2 kicks off the early pick 4 sequence at 1.70 miles. It's a $5,000 claiming event for colts and geldings that have not won a race in 2025 or 4 races in their career. Kick things off here with the number 4, Bill Needle, who he has gone 2 turns this meet a handful of times. Once on the turf, but 2 starts back was able to do it here on the main track. He was 3rd best in that event behind If You Insist, and he's a shooter who dead heated for the top spot. And thought it was an okay performance. Obviously, it was a very compact field. It's really tough to assess him going long, but you can kind of go through some of his races, and I kind of wonder in this event here if this is the right spot for him. I think he does have some upside. We'll see what he can do. And Chris Husbands obviously kicked off the card with a winner, but had a pretty good day at the office yesterday as well. So he is the top pick. I do think, though, the horse that's going to go off favorite is the number 1, Cantucci here for the Jeff Voice barn. Was able to win very impressive last time out by 3 1/4 and did it in front end fashion. But the big question is, how is he going to handle the stretch out in distance? Those 2 most recent performances on the main track, they've been at the 6 furlong distance. And I sometimes have reservations about these types stretching out, so I did find him a little vulnerable in that regard. I will say his effort 3 back on the turf course at about 7 furlongs, he ran decent in there. I'm not going to really hold that performance against him, but as I mentioned, I do think I have some distance questions about the number 1, Cantucci, who is favored on the morning line. And then finally, underneath, maybe at a big price, is the number 3, Santiago Sosa. If you followed him the last couple of years here at Fort Erie, he can fire a big race, and typically when he does, it is at a longer distance. We've seen that a couple of times. I think looking at his races so far this year, one that really stands out to me is that effort 3 back. It was allowance non-winners of 3 lifetime. He was second to Legrand Garçon, who's turned out to have a pretty good year. And I just think kind of looking at the levels that he's been against tougher than this group. And we know that he can go long and perform fairly well. So in some ways, I think he is a little bit of a wild card in here, and don't think he's going to get the love that he may deserve in this spot. So I think the money will go to the 1, Cantucci, and the 4, Bill Needle, and ultimately landed on the 4. Good luck.
field is making their way on track for today's second race. Race 2 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up which have not won a race in 2025 or which have never won 4 races. We're going for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Traveling a distance of 1 mile and 70 yards, competing for a purse of $17,550. Race 2 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering, the pool guaranteed at $7,500. Race 2 post parade number 1 is Cantucci. Ishmael Mascara riding for trainer Jeff Voice and owner Greg Atto. Number 2 is Mimi's Holiday. Edgar Zenteno in the saddle for trainer Ken Smith and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 3 is Santiago Salsa. Juan Crawford has the call. Howard Keene trains and part-owns with Ben Canhai. Number 4 is Bill Needle. Chris Husbands in the saddle for trainer Joe Humber and owner Eleanor Tonguzzo. Completing the field, number 5, He's Fully Loaded, racing for Robert Smith. Alexis Sanchez rides for trainer Steve Cathcart. 2 minutes to post for race 2, $7,500 guaranteed early pick 4 starts here. Starting gate is in position. Not much time left to get your race 2 wagers in. 4 to 5 favorite is the number 1 Cantucci. 5 to 2 on the number 4 Bill Needle. $7,500 guaranteed early pick 4 starts here. Race 2 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Favoritism has shifted to Bill Needle, now even money, as we begin loading for the first leg of the early pick 4. Last out winner Cantucci with Ishmael Mascara first to come up. The mare Mimi's Holiday with Edgar Zenteno. Santiago Salsa with Juan Crawford to gate 3. Favoritism back on Cantucci. Bill Needle and Chris Husbands. Looking to give Joe Humber and Chris Husbands both ends of the early double. Last in will be He's Fully Loaded with Alexis Sanchez. All set. And they're off. He's Fully Loaded was out well from the outside with Cantucci, who broke running from the rail. Bill Needle is vying for position with Santiago Salsa and Mimi's Holiday dropping back early. They race into the clubhouse turn. It is Cantucci leading the way on the inside. Bill Needle is racing forwardly with He's Fully Loaded 3 deep. At the back, we have the pair of Mimi's Holiday and Santiago Salsa, just 4 lengths front to back. He's Fully Loaded from the outside has now advanced to get clear of Cantucci. He's up by 2 as they turn into the backside. The opening quarter was 23-2. Bill Needle is racing in third on the outside of Mimi's Holiday, and Santiago Salsa is at the back. He's Fully Loaded trying to run them off their feet early. He's up by 5 over Cantucci midway down the backside. Bill Needle continues to race in third with Mimi's Holiday saving ground, and Santiago Salsa asked for a little more. The half was 46-1. They race into the far turn, and it's He's Fully Loaded and Alexis Sanchez up by 5. Cantucci begins to get a little closer from second, with Bill Needle also rallying. Santiago Salsa is into fourth as Mimi's Holiday calls it quits. Midway round the turn, they're getting closer to He's Fully Loaded, who's tired at the quarter pole. Cantucci now puts the head in front. Bill Needle is gaining in the 3 path. 3 quarters was 112-2. They turn for home, and now Bill Needle is trying to range up to Cantucci. These two are head and head with a furlong to go, and Bill Needle has taken the lead from Cantucci, who's fighting back on the inside. Santiago Salsa is into third. Bill Needle has the advantage. Cantucci is trying to come back on, but Bill Needle is going a bit better, and Bill Needle will go on to win. Bill Needle by 3 quarters over Cantucci. Santiago Salsa, then He's Fully Loaded, 143-3. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 4, Bill Needle. Second is the 1, Cantucci. Third, number 3, Santiago Salsa. And fourth, number 5, He's Fully Loaded. Unofficial race 2 order, 4-1-3-5. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's second race, number 4, Bill Needle. Bill Needle is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Distorted Humor out of Game, bred here in Ontario by Sean Fitzhenry. A double on the card for the rider-trainer combo of Chris Husbands and Joe Humber. Bill Needle is owned by Eleanor Tonguzo. Congratulations to Eleanor Tonguzo on her first win as an owner. Second win of the season and 4th lifetime win for Bill Needle, who proves best in the stretch duel to complete the 1 mile and 70 yards in a time of 1:43.3. Congratulations to the connections of Bill Needle. Race 2 is now official. Prices are up. Bill Needle pays $8.70 to win, $2.30 and $2.10. Second, number 1, Cantucci, $2.10 and $2.10. Third, number 3, Santiago Salsa, $2.20 to show. $2 exacta, 4-1, $16 even. The $1 try, 4-1-3, $15.70. $1 super, 4-1-3-5, $32.10. And the $2 double, a pair of 4s, $14.80. And we'd like to wish a very happy birthday to Wendy in customer service. You're the best, Wendy. Happy birthday from all of your friends, family, and co-workers here at Fort Erie Racetrack. And a very happy birthday to owner Robert Elkins. Happy birthday, Robert, from all of your friends and family here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Race 3 is coming up in 18 minutes. There are no changes.
Race 3, a maiden special weight event here. 4 fillies and mares set to contest here at the 6.5 furlong distance. This will kick off the late pick 5 sequence. It's a pretty wide open event in terms of what we've seen from these fillies so far. I think it's sort of been a little bit of mixed results. We've seen good efforts, we've seen poor efforts, and a horse that I think is poised to take a step forward, second start in the barn, is the outside runner, the number 5, Salmyaki here for Joe Humber, who's had a good day to start things off. She was second last time out. She was favored in that event, but I thought she got a good trip there from Chris Husbands. It was at this distance and this level, and I just think having a dirt race under her belt gives her a little bit of an edge, especially knowing that it was at the level. So we'll see if she can build off of that. Others to consider, the number 3, Daisy Crest. We actually haven't really seen her that much at Fort Erie this year. They've opted for some spots up at Woodbine, and I think the key there as you start to look at those efforts, a lot has to do with the distance and trying to find longer races for her and maybe not having the right spots down here. She's performed very consistent in those last 5 in the top 4, and all of those just hasn't been able to get herself in the winner's circle. So yes, she's 0 for 20. Maybe that's a little bit of a blemish and something that's tough to get past. But I actually think here, getting back onto the dirt against this level maybe helps her chances, and very curious to see the trip that she will get. Juan Crawford's going to climb aboard, does very well when riding for Roy Agostino, so I think those are some telling signs about her. And we have seen her here over the main track, and she's hit the board in just over half of those starts, and she's run well. So I'm hoping from a trip perspective she is kind of going to be a little bit more involved, as we have seen in her races, say 2 and 3 starts back up at Woodbine. So I'll use her underneath. And then finally, the number 2 from the Wonderland. She's been a very consistent type here at Fort Erie. She's done very little wrong. The barn's done well with her. She just hasn't been able to graduate. And I look at, her race 2 backs, probably my favorite when she was second to Brazilian Legacy, who came back to win next out, has another in the money finish since then. And while I like that effort, I didn't necessarily love her performance last time out. I wanted to see a little bit more, and just to know that the outside runner in here was clear of her maybe just made me a little bit more cautious of using her higher in my selections. But ultimately, go to the outside runner in here, the number 5, Salmyaki, as the top pick. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's third race. Race 3 is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, traveling a distance of 6½ furlongs, competing for a purse of $22,050. Race 3 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering, the pool guaranteed at $10,000. Race 3 post parade, number 1 is Perfect Forever Town. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Mickey Neubauer and owner Charles Fipke. Number 2 is From the Wonderland. Leo Salas has the call for trainer Kevin Buttigieg and owner Colebrook Farms. Even Steven Stables own the number 3 Daisy Crest. Juan Crawford riding for trainer Roy Augustino. Number 4 is Real Love is Lucky. Deshaun Bino riding for trainer George Newland and owner Ace Racing Stable. Completing the field, number 5, Salmyaki. Chris Husbands riding for trainer Joe Humber and owners Glenn Sakura, Mario Serrani, and Murray Smith. 1 minute to post for race 3. $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5 starts here. Field for race 3 is approaching the starting gate. Last call to get your race 3 wagers in. 6-5 favorite is the number 5 Salmyaki. $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5 starts here. Field for race 3 set to head behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Salmyaki still the 7-5 favorite. $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5 starts here. Maiden allowance fillies and mares going to gate here. First in will be Perfect Forever Town with Melanie Pinto. From the Wonderland and Leo Salas. The Gray, Daisy Crest and Juan Crawford. Real Love is Lucky with Deshaun Bino. Last in will be Salmyaki. Chris Husbands and Joe Humber looking to go 3 for 3 on today's card. All set. And they're off. Daisy Crest broke slowly. Out well from the inside is Perfect Forever Town with From the Wonderland. Real Love is Lucky is also showing up. Salmyaki attending the pace from the outside, and then it's 3 more lengths back to Daisy Crest. The lead belongs to Perfect Forever Town, a half length to From the Wonderland. Now Salmyaki moves into third past Real Love is Lucky. Daisy Crest has 5 lengths to make up on the leader. The opening quarter was 23 seconds flat. It is Perfect Forever Town on top. Salmyaki is into second past From the Wonderland. Real Love is Lucky off the rail in fourth, and Daisy Crest continues to trail. They begin to put the pressure back on Perfect Forever Town. Salmyaki moving up 3 deep with From the Wonderland splitting horses. Real Love is Lucky is in contention if good enough, and Daisy Crest is still at the back but not too far out of it. The half was 47 seconds flat. Perfect Forever Town has called it quits. Salmyaki has the lead as they turn in for home with From the Wonderland right there. Daisy Crest trying to rally from last with Real Love is Lucky. It is Salmyaki. From the Wonderland on the rail is digging back in. Real Love is Lucky trying. Salmyaki and From the Wonderland head and head. They've been battling from the quarter pole. Salmyaki with the advantage. From the Wonderland trying to come back on, but Salmyaki, Chris Husbands and Joe Humber, 3 wins in a row to open up the day. Salmyaki over From the Wonderland, then Real Love is Lucky and Daisy Crest, 119-3. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 5, Salmyaki. Second is the 2, From the Wonderland. Third, number 4, Real Love is Lucky. And fourth, number 3, Daisy Crest. Unofficial race 3 order, 5-2-4-3. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's third race, number 5, Salmyaki. Salmyaki is a 3-year-old dark bear brown filly by Twirling Candy out of Finn's Jewel. Hillendale Farms bred the winner here in Ontario. Chris Husbands and Joe Humber team up for a hat trick to open up the Tuesday card here at Fort Erie. Salmyaki is owned by Glenn Sakura, Mario Serrani, and Murray Smith. Salmyaki breaks the maiden in start number 9, proving best towards the wire to complete the 6.5 furlongs in a time of 1:19.3. Congratulations to the connections of Salmyaki. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. Race 3 is now official. Prices are up. Salmyaki pays $5.50 to win, $2.70 and $2.20. Second, number 2 from the Wonderland, $3 to place, $2.30. Third, number 4, Real Love is Lucky, $4.80 to show. $2 exacta, $5.2, $15.40. The $1 try, $5.24, $63.75. $1 super, $5.243, $112.15. $2 double, $4.5, $32.60. And the $1 pick 3, $32.70. On screen now is the win photo from race 3. Be sure to come out next Tuesday for closing day, Fort Erie's Fan Appreciation Day. Post time will be 12:15. We'll have free programs, prize draws between races, and a mandatory jackpot high five payout. Race 4 is the Paul Magaro Memorial Race. Race 4 changes. We have a rider change on the number 5 Porsche's Run. Make the rider Juan Crawford. 17 minutes to post.
Race 4 is for fillies and mares in for the $4,000 tag, and they are in search of their second career victories. 5.5 furlongs is the distance here on the main track. And with 3 races in the book, Chris Husbands has won the first 3, teaming up with Joe Humber. He'll look to make it a 4th here, and I think with a very live horse. Ends up being my top pick in here, the 3 Mac and the Viking for Richie Davis, who celebrated a birthday yesterday. This is a filly that's been against tougher. Last time she was in for 8,000. She drops in for 4 today, and she was the favorite last time out and failed to find the winner's circle, but was a game second in there. She tried to close the gap late, was still a length behind the winner. And you just look at her spots prior to this. She's been in allowance competition. Allowance, non-winners of 2 life. This is the lowest that we've seen, and I think that's going to put her in a very good spot here. The number 1, Ring Bit, 1 of 2 in the field here for Nick Maloney Jr. Both of his horses have live shots. I preferred Ring Bit a little bit more than the stablemate based on what we saw last time out. She was able to graduate 2 starts back, but more recently, she faced winners for the first time, and I don't think she disappointed. She got a different trip. She was put into the race quite early, probably with the way the track was playing. Tried to steal it on the front end, just came up a little bit short behind Night Saber, who sort of sat the trip in there. And I do think with the rail, Ring Bit will likely be involved, but I don't think she needs the lead to win in here. And I mentioned her stablemate also live in here, the number 4, Scary Boo, who, if you see her when she comes over, she can sometimes be a handful. That's been the case today. She was just ahead behind her stablemate last time out, and I don't think she necessarily has as much early foot as Ring Bit. That's why I used her a little bit lower. But if there is a pace scenario that develops in here that's heated, I do think Scary Boo can come rolling at the end. But for me, we'll see if Chris Husbands can make it 4 for 4 here on the Tuesday program with the number 3, Making the Viking. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's fourth race. Race 4 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. Going for a claiming price of $4,000, traveling a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $15,300. Race 4 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering, the pool guaranteed at $7,500. Race 4 post parade number 1 is Ring Bit. Leo Salas rides for trainer Nick Bellini Jr. and owner Bruno Schickedans. Number 2 is Rolling Rocks. Cheyenne Kerr has the call for trainer Roy Augustino and owners Leslie Crow and Ron Braley. Number 3 is Mike and the Viking, racing for Hesty Sport. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Richard Davis. Number 4 is Scary Boo. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Nick Bellini Jr. and owner True Stride Horse Racing. Number 5 is Portia's Run. Juan Crawford picks up the mount for trainer Ken Smith and owner Kim Hopkinson. Completing the field, number 6, Halana. Howard Newell riding for trainer Howard Keene and owners Ian Ricardo Brown and Evelyn Mercier. $7,500 guaranteed late pick 4 starts here. Starting gate is moving into position. Not much time left to get your race 4 wagers in. 7-5 favorite is the number 3 Mike and the Viking. 5-2 support on the number 1 Ringbit. 4-1 on the number 6 Halana. $7,500 guaranteed late pick 4 starts here. Field for race 4 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 6-5 on the number 3 Mike and the Viking. First up is Ringbit with Leo Salas. Rolling Rocks and Cheyenne Kerr. Mike and the Viking looking to give Chris Husbands his 4th on the day. Scary Boo and Kirk Johnson to gate 4. Porsche's Run and Juan Crawford. Porsche's Run reluctant. Now Porsche's Run is in. Last up will be Halana with Howard Newell. All set, and they're off. Out well from the center of the gate is Mike and the Viking with Porsche's Run. Between horses, Scary Boo. Up the inside, Ringbit is vying for position. Halana is racing widest, and the early trailer is Rolling Rocks. They're clustered up front, a short lead to Porsche's Run, now a half length to Mike and the Viking, who's on the inside. A stack of 3 next, Scary Boo in the middle of Ringbit and Halana. 3 more lengths back to Rolling Rocks. They race into the turn. Porsche's Run still has the head in front of Mike and the Viking as they complete the opening quarter in 23-1. Scary Boo is well spotted, alone in 3rd. It's a gap of 3 to Halana in 4th. Ringbit is next, and Rolling Rocks still at the back. Just less than a quarter of a mile to go. Porsche's Run now a length on top of Mike and the Viking, who's trying to rebid on the rail. Scary Boo not doing enough from 3rd. Halana into 4th. Here comes Mike and the Viking fighting back to put the head in front of Porsche's Run. It's Mike and the Viking. Porsche's Run is 2nd. It's well back to Scary Boo in 3rd, but Mike and the Viking, Chris Husbands, 4 for 4 to open up the day. Mike and the Viking wins by 3 at the wire. Porsche's Run, then Scary Boo and Ringbit. 106 flat. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 3, Mike and the Viking. 2nd is the 5, Porsche's Run. 3rd, number 4, Scary Boo. And 4th, number 1, Ringbit. Unofficial race 4 order, 3-5-4-1. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's fourth race, number 3, Mike and the Viking. Mike and the Viking is a 4-year-old bay filly by Danish Dynaformer out of Carmen Is My Name, bred here in Ontario by Norse Ridge Farms. Chris Husband's a perfect 4 for 4 to open up the card. Mike and the Viking is trained by Richard Davis for Hesty Sport. Second lifetime win in 17 starts for Mike and the Viking, her first of the year, completing the 5.5 furlongs today in a time of 106 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Mike and the Viking. Race 4 is now official. Prices are up. Mike and the Viking pays $4 to win, $2.70 and $2.20. Second, number 5, Porsche's Run, $5.90 to place, $3.70. Third, number 4, Scary Boo, $3 to show. $2 exacta, $3.5, $21.60. The $1 try, $3.54, $38 even. $1 super, $3.541, $95.10. The $2 double, $5.3, $14.70. And the $1 pick 3, $37.45. And we'd like to wish a very happy birthday to Ed Benchina, celebrating here with us today. Happy birthday, Ed, from all of your friends and family here at Fort Erie Racetrack. And a very happy birthday to Debbie Wakanick. Happy birthday, Debbie, from all of your friends and family here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Race 5 is coming up in 18 minutes. There are no changes.
Race 5s for fillies and mares in for the $6,250 claiming price. Non-winners of 2 life. They will compete here at the 6.5 furlong distance on the main track. I will kick things off here with the number 5 Super Serenade out of the Howard Keene barn. A filly that is a daughter of Seattle Serenade who ran pretty well last time out. She ended up being a little bit more forward. It worked out well. She was third. She just missed by a length behind Brazilian Legacy, who's had a pretty good season here as of late at Fort Erie. And I just wonder if she's used from the gate, combining that with a drop in class, if that puts her in the winner's circle. She is my top pick. I do think this is a pretty competitive bunch, though, and think one of her main threats is the number 2 Disgruntled Pelican, who looks like she's going to be saddled out here in the walking ring. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Amise Holiday, who did pick up her maiden score this season. You have to go about five starts down the page to find that. It came against the $8,000 claimers, and she did it very impressively, was much the best, and after that, she found herself in for $10,000 or against allowance competition. And the last 2 obviously haven't worked in her favor. And I mentioned the name Super Serenade, my top pick. She finished in front of her in that last out effort. Disgruntled Pelican was just 5th best. But I do wonder another one that on the class relief alone, it's a softer competition than she's faced in some of those races. And maybe that's enough to boost her in here. It also helps that Chris Husband's 4 wins on the program is going to climb back aboard her once again. And finally, the number 7 here, All for Honor. I would say is a fresh face to Fort Erie, but that's not true. A fresh face this year, as you can see, the starts have been up at Woodbine on the Tapeta or the turf, but late last year, we were able to see her on the dirt here twice. She was able to graduate against the maiden special ranks, and then she came back to face winners just 2 weeks later, and she was rolling late from off of it to finish second, beaten by a length. I thought it was a huge effort, I think, in terms of figures. One of her best efforts to date was when she was second here against the allowance level non-winners of 2 life back on October 21st. So I think she's very intriguing here, especially on the pedigree side of things. We know she handles the dirt, but she should. She's a daughter of Union Rags out of a Smart Strike mare. So very tough race here to kick off this late pick 3 sequence on this Tuesday. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 5th race. Race 5 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. Going for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000, traveling a distance of 6 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $21,150. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 5 post parade, number 1 is Hyper Angel. Deshaun Bino riding for trainer Anthony Husbands and owner Terra Horse Farm. Number 2 is Disgruntled Pelican. Chris Husbands riding for trainer Richard Davis and owners Gerard Catalano, Victor Nazo, and Richard Davis. Andrew Stronach owns the number 3 Last Glimmer. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Steve Cathcart. Number 4 is Easter Sunday Girl. Cheyenne Kerr in the saddle for trainer Ted Holder and owner David Bloom. Number 5 is Super Serenade. Howard Newell has the call for trainer Howard Keene and owners Ian Ricardo Brown and Evelyn Mercier. Number 6 is Imperial Trick racing for James Bogar. Jalon Samuel rides for trainer Randy Thompson. Completing the field, number 7, All for Honor, owned and trained by Dominic Paulsonelli. The rider is Steve Jadu. Final rolling pick 3 of the day starts here. Field for race 5, set to head behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 3-2 favorite is the number 5, Super Serenade, who went behind the gate earlier. This race starts the final rolling pick 3 on today's card. First to come up is Hyper Angel with Deshaun Bino. Disgruntled Pelican. Chris Husbands has won the first 4 races on today's card. Last Glimmer with Juan Crawford. Easter Sunday Girl with Cheyenne Kerr. Disgruntled Pelican fractious in the gate. Super Serenade at 8-5 under Howard Newell. Imperial Trick with Jalon Samuel. Last in will be All for Honor with Steve Jadu. All set. And they're off. Imperial Trick broke well from the inside. Hyper Angel is showing speed. Last Glimmer is next, racing between horses with Disgruntled Pelican on the rail and Easter Sunday Girl 3 deep. Then it's a gap of 3 to Super Serenade, and the trailer will be All for Honor. Imperial Trick makes the pace, half a length to Easter Sunday Girl, who's moving up on the inside with Hyper Angel trying to move up the rail, but now taking back to 3rd. Last Glimmer is 4th on the outside. Disgruntled Pelican has been shuffled back a bit, being joined now by Super Serenade. It's 5 more lengths to All for Honor. The opening quarter was 23-2, and the lead now belongs to Easter Sunday Girl, a length to Imperial Trick. Last Glimmer is moving well in 3rd, now 2nd. It's 3 lengths to Hyper Angel. Disgruntled Pelican looking for somewhere to go with Super Serenade 3 wide. All for Honor trying to get going from the back. The half was 47-1, and there's been another change of leader as Last Glimmer overtakes Easter Sunday Girl at the head of the lane. All for Honor is moving well down the extreme outside with Super Serenade trying to rally, but Last Glimmer is trying to give them the slip. She's opened up 6. All for Honor has rallied into 2nd, but has a lot of work to do to catch Last Glimmer. Last Glimmer and Juan Crawford up by 6, and they're not going to be caught. Last Glimmer on top. Last Glimmer, a very easy winner over All for Honor, then Super Serenade and Hyper Angel, 119-2. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 3, Last Glimmer. 2nd is the 7, All for Honor. 3rd, number 5, Super Serenade. And 4th, number 1, Hyper Angel. Unofficial race 5 order, 3-7-5-1. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 5th race, number 3, Last Glimmer. Last Glimmer is a 5-year-old bay mare by Uncle Mo out of Gloaming. Stewardess Janny bred the winner in Kentucky. Juan Crawford with the winning ride. Last Glimmer is trained by Steve Cathcart for Andrew Stronach. First one of the year and second lifetime win for Last Glimmer, who kicks clear in the stretch for an easy score, 6.5 furlongs in 1:19.2. Congratulations to the connections of Last Glimmer. Hold all tickets until race 5 is made official. Race 5 is now official. Race 5 prices are up. Last Glimmer pays $9.30 to win, $4.30 and $2.60. Second, number 7, All for Honor, $3.90 to place, $2.60. Third, number 5, Super Serenade, $2.60 to show. $2 exacta, $3.7, $30.40. The $1 try, $3.75, $45.20. $1 super, $3.751, $321.10. The $2 double, a pair of threes, $78.90. $1 pick 3, $46.20. $1 early pick 4, $293.60. And the $1 early pick 5, $469.80. Fort Erie Racetrack would like to recognize our most loyal customers, Pete and Sue, Ralph and Rico, Roy and Joanne, Jeff, Earl Carpenter Sr. and Jr., Bob, and Derek and Diane. These dedicated race fans have been earning rewards from our loyalty club by attending the track this season. If you want to join the loyalty club and start earning rewards like these folks have, head over to customer service to get the details. Race 6 is coming up in 22 minutes. There are no changes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have today's winner of the non-winning ticket prize draw. Could Bob Jones please head to customer service? Once again, that's Bob Jones. Congratulations, you have won today's non-winning ticket prize draw. Please head to customer service to collect your prize.
Race 6 on the grass at about 7 furlongs. It's a claiming event. Non-winners of 3 life in for the claiming price of $6,250. And this is a really tough race to look at. I know it's just a field of 6, but I think kind of looking at the group, honestly, any horse could pretty much find the winner's circle. I will kick it off, though, with the number 3, Screen Legend, who came up a little bit short last time out behind Grand Spirited in a race that was carded for the turf, moved to the main track, so it cut back to 6.5 furlongs, became a 1-turn race, and just pressed throughout in there. Just a really game effort. I do think, though, even though he's yet to record a victory on the turf, I actually like his turf form a little bit better. His numbers are typically stronger in some of them, and just wonder if we're going to see something similar to last time out. Now, I will say, when you look at the race yesterday on the turf, they went very slow early. There was a deep closer who was able to get a minor piece. I'm really curious to see if we're going to see those pedestrian times that we saw yesterday on the grass. The number 6, Final Run for Love. This is a horse that obviously he shows up every single time. He typically doesn't win, as you can see by his record, but he absolutely gives it his all. And he's another one. I actually think he is better on the grass. And you can see that 3 starts back where he was rolling late from dead last to finish 3rd behind Forest Woodsman, who he has to tackle again. And you can kind of see these horses have been kind of duking at one another several times. Forest Woodsman, best in class. Green Lid's going to roll from off of it. He can get a piece. And I think sometimes his running style doesn't work out so well on the dirt, but it does on the turf. And then I mentioned the name already, the 2, Forest Woodsman. He's likely to be part of the pace scenario in here. We've seen that time and time again. And I actually prefer his last 2 races. He stepped it up in terms of a figure standpoint. He's been able to hang around a little bit better than what we saw from him 3 and 4 starts back. And for him, you know, you look at the competition that he faces in here, there are several non-winners of 2 life in this non-winners of 3 event. So he might be one of the better ones out of the bunch. But you can see he's already here out in the saddling walking ring, and momentarily the other 5 runners will join us. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 6th race. Race 6 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. Going for a claiming price of $6,250 down to $6,000. Going about 7 furlongs over the turf course, competing for a purse of $21,150. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Race 6 post parade number 1 is Midnight Tempesta. Leo Sala's riding. Steve Chirkop trains and part owns with David DeLillis. Jeannie Ryan owns the number 2, Forest Woodsman. Jeffrey Alderson rides for trainer Danny Wills. Number 3 is Screen Legend. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owner John Brown. Number 4 is Lawn Rose Gamble. Cheyenne Kerr riding for trainer George Newland and owner Lincoln Rodhay. Joe Humber owns and trains the number 5, Best in Class. The rider is Chris Husbands. Completing the field, number 6, Final Run for Love. Deshaun Bino riding for trainer Bill McMahon and owner Janelle McMahon and Amanda Ezra. 2 minutes to post for race 6, late double wagering offered here. We are on the turf. Starting gate is in position. Field is about to cross onto the turf course for race 6. 9-5 favorite is the number 3, Screen Legend. Closely followed at 2-1 by the number 2, Forest Woodsman. We're on the turf for race 6, kickoff leg of the late double on today's card. Race 6 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. First in will be Midnight Tempesta, in from Woodbine with Leo Salas aboard. Forest Woodsman and Jeffrey Alderson. The Gray Screen Legend with Kirk Johnson. Lonrose Gamble with Cheyenne Kerr. Best in Class for the red hot team of Chris Husbands and Joe Humber. Last up will be Final Run for Love and Deshaun Bino. All set. And they're off. Best in Class was out well with Forest Woodsman, splitting them as Screen Legend. Final Run for Love trying to find some position from the outside with Lonrose Gamble between horses and the early trailer, Midnight Tempesta. They race into the clubhouse turn and the lead now belongs to the Gray Screen Legend, a length to Best in Class. Forest Woodsman is saving ground from the inside on third, racing a length better than Lonrose Gamble. Midnight Tempesta is next, and trailing into the backside is Final Run for Love. Only about 6 lengths front to back. Now Forest Woodsman comes off the inside and takes the lead from Screen Legend. Best in Class is back to a stalking spot from third as Screen Legend has to hit the brakes. Midnight Tempesta trying to rally up the fence with Lonrose Gamble widest. Final Run for Love is at the back. They approach the far turn. It is Forest Woodsman on top with Screen Legend right there. Here comes Lonrose Gamble making an advance. Screen Legend had to check again there as the half was 48-2. Midnight Tempesta splitting foes with Best in Class, and now Final Run for Love trying to rally from last. A quarter mile to go. Forest Woodsman is on top with Lonrose Gamble pressing. Midnight Tempesta swings to the outside with Final Run for Love closing widest. Forest Woodsman trying to shake off Lonrose Gamble. Midnight Tempesta is there. Final Run for Love is gaining. It's Forest Woodsman on top. Midnight Tempesta is coming down the outside. Forest Woodsman trying to hold off Midnight Tempesta. Midnight Tempesta is coming and puts the head in front. Midnight Tempesta by a neck. Midnight Tempesta over Forest Woodsman, Lonrose Gamble, and Final Run for Love, 128 flat. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 1, Midnight Tempesta. Second is the 2, Forest Woodsman. Third, number 4, Lonrose Gamble. And fourth, number 6, Final Run for Love. Unofficial race 6 order, 1, 2, 4, 6. Stewards have posted the inquiry sign. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a steward's inquiry as well as a rider's claim of foul, looking at racing down the backside between the number 2 Forest Woodsman and the 3 Screen Legend. A rider's claim of foul, the rider of number 3 Screen Legend, alleging interference against the number 2 Forest Woodsman. With racing action down the backside, we also have a steward's inquiry. Hold all tickets. Stewards have taken down the inquiry sign. There will be no change in the order of race 6. Race 6 order 1, 2, 4, 6 will be made official shortly. Race 6 was won by Midnight Tempesta, a 5-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Midnight Storm out of Sterling Madame, bred in Pennsylvania by Mary Catherine Hare. Leo Salas rode the winner for trainer Steve Chirkop, who owns with David DeLillis. Second win of the year and third lifetime win for Midnight Tempesta, who rallied to complete the about 7 furlongs in a time of 1:28 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Midnight Tempesta. Race 6 is official. Prices will be up shortly. Midnight Tempesta pays $6.70 to win, $3 and $2.40. Second, number 2, Forest Woodsman, $2.70 to place, $2.20. Third, number 4, Lawn Rose Gamble, $3.20 to show. $2 exacta, 1-2, $14.50. The $1 try, 1-2-4, $21.35. $1 super, 1-2-4-6, $61.10. $2 double, 3-1, $31.50. And the $1 pick 3, $51.35. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Race 7 changes. A rider change on the number 7, Mia Said. Make the rider Juan Crawford correct the weight to 120 pounds. We also have an ownership correction on Mia Said. The ownership should read Andre Gooden and Shyla Carty. 16 minutes to post for race 7.
We round out the Tuesday program here in the 7th. The non-winners of 3 event for the $5,000 claimers. 5 furlongs is the distance here on the main track. I'll kick things off with the outside runner, the 7 Panyard Tap, Cheyenne Kerr, riding here for the George Newland barn. Cheyenne's been aboard for those last 2, and we've seen a little bit of that improvement. A lot has been with the level, has been in for 4,000 in those last 2. Does have to jump up a little bit in claiming price today, but was very game 2 starts back, just did not want to get past Magical Champagne, and more recently drew clear to win by 4 1/4 to award herself that second career victory. And obviously she does have to face Magical Champagne again today and some others. And I think the speed maybe doesn't work all in her favor. But then again, you go to the race 2 back, she was able to sit the trip from just off of it. So I did give her the nod. I mentioned a little bit of a thorn in her side has been the number 5 Magical Champagne for the Stephen Cathcart barn. Had a winner earlier on the program. Last time out, she just didn't have that same firepower or I should say he didn't have that same firepower that he'd had in the past. He just fell flat in the final stages. I think a lot had to do with the level. I know it was the same conditions as today's race, but Cantucci we saw with a game runner-up performance earlier on the card going long. Still think that group was a little bit tougher in some regards. So getting back to some familiar rivals in here, I do think this horse can be a little bit handy, can roll from off of it, can be more forward. I'll be curious to see, though, how Magical Champagne does take to the cutback in distance here. Most recently been at 6.5 and 6 furlongs in the last 3, cuts back to the 5/8 distance today. And then the 3 Canadian Avro, he's likely to be involved from the get-go. We saw that last time out. I think for him, the cutback benefits him, but I am worried if he is pressed early, if he can hold. We have seen that, sort of 2 starts back and 4 starts back. When he's had to take a little bit of pressure, he hasn't been able to finish all the best in his races, but we'll see what he does here. Has faced tougher earlier this season. For me, though, the 7 Panyard Tap, we'll see if he can make it back-to-back victories. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 7th and final race. Race 7 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. Going for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $17,550. Race 7 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high-five wagering. Race 7 post parade, number 1 is Mia Said. Juan Crawford picks up the mount for trainer Krista Cole and owners Andre Gooden and Shyla Carty. Lindsay Hode owns and trains the number 2, Short Story Long. The rider is Kirk Johnson. Number 3 is Canadian Avro. Melanie Pinto has the call for trainer Joe Humber and owner Gerald Erfel. Number 4 is the Dream Listener. Jeffrey Alderson pilots for trainer Norm Tomlinson and owner Noel Tomlinson. Number 5 is Magical Champagne. Amanda Vandermeersch in the saddle for trainer Steve Cathcart, who owns with Joseph Roberto, Guy Robert Blair, and Dan Blair. Number 6 is Ontario Holiday, racing for Hey Ho Stables. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Joe Humber. Completing the field, number 7, Panyard Tap, Cheyenne Kerr riding for trainer George Newland and owner J. Don Racing. 1 minute to post for race 7, jackpot high-five wagering offered here. Starting gate is moving into position. Not much time left to get your race 7 wagers in. Current favorite at 3-5 is the number 3, Canadian Avro. 9-2 support on the number 7, Panyard Tap. $13,000 in the jackpot high 5 wager. They are approaching the gate. Last call to get your race 7 wagers in. Race 7 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Canadian Avro, 4-5 as we begin loading. First up will be Woodbine shipper Mia Said with Juan Crawford. Short Story Long and Kirk Johnson. Favorite Canadian Avro with Melanie Pinto. Joe Humber already has 3 wins on the card. He's got 2 entrants here with Ontario Holiday as well. The Dream Listener and Jeffrey Alderson. Magical Champagne and Amanda Vandermeersch. Ontario Holiday with Chris Husbands. Last in will be last out winner Panyard Tap with Cheyenne Kerr. All set for the nightcap. And they're off. A very good beginning from the center of the gate. Canadian Avro showing speed on the inside. Mia Said with Panyard Tap out wide. Magical Champagne taking back and forth with the Dream Listener to his inside. Then Short Story Long, and the early trailer is Ontario Holiday. They race into the turn. It's Canadian Avro freewheeling on the lead. 3 lengths to Panyard Tap, racing on the outside of Mia Said. It's a gap of 4 to Magical Champagne as they pass the quarter in 22-1. Ontario Holiday is next, past Short Story Long, and the new trailer is the Dream Listener. With a quarter of a mile to go, it's Canadian Avro looking to make all the running. Mia Said angling off the fence, looking for somewhere to go with Panyard Tap to his outside. It's well back to Magical Champagne. Canadian Avro still has the lead, but Mia Said and Panyard Tap are both coming. Magical Champagne with a late rally. Ontario Holiday from the back. Canadian Avro has the lead. Mia Said one last surge coming down to the wire. Canadian Avro looking for the wire. Canadian Avro holds on. Canadian Avro over Mia Said, Short Story Long, Panyard Tap, and Magical Champagne, 59-3. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 3, Canadian Avro. Second is the 1, Mia Said. Third, number 7, Panyard Tap. Fourth was the 2, Short Story Long. Fifth was number 5, Magical Champagne. Your unofficial race 7 order. 31725. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 7th race, number 3, Canadian Avro. Canadian Avro is a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Old Forester out of Seductionist, bred here in Ontario by Paul Moutet. A gate-to-wire score under Melanie Pinto, Canadian Avro is trained by Joe Humber, who's got 4 wins on today's card. He's owned by Gerald Erfel. 3rd lifetime win in 20 starts for Canadian Avro, his first win in 10 this season. He holds on to complete the 5 furlongs today in a time of 59-3. Congratulations to the connections of Canadian Avro. Hold all tickets until race 7 is made official. Race 7 is now official. Prices are up. Canadian Avro pays $3.10 to win, $2.10 and $2.10. Second, number 1, Mia Said, $6.10 to place, $3.30. Third, number 7, Panyard Tap, $2.40 to show. $2 exacta, 3-1, $14.10. The $1 try, 3-1-7, $21.35. $1 super, 3-1-7-2, $48.25. $1 high five, 3-1-7-2-5 will be $150 even. The carryover into Monday's card will be $14,712.62. $2 double, 1-3, $16.80. The $1 pick 3, $41.75. $1 late pick 4, $111.85. And the $1 late pick 5, $396.65. On screen now is the win photo from race 7. Jackpot high five carryover into Monday's card is up to $14,712.62. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping analysis, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back next week at Fort Erie, our last week of racing, Monday and Tuesday. Post time will be 12:15. Be sure to come out. Fort Erie is proud to partner with Oneida New Holland of Niagara. We'd like to thank them for providing us with a new tractor for maintenance this season. And we'd also like to say thank you to our partners at True Green Professional Lawn Care, who have been helping us keep the grass looking green and lush. And a shout out to our new partners at Downtown Dental Center, where lead dentist and owner Dr. Amika George says your smile deserves the best care. And a shout out to our partners at All-in-One Legal Concierge. If you have legal hurdles, you can bet on All-in-One. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. And that concludes the racing week here from Fort Erie Racetrack. We'd like to thank everybody who joined us here this week. We are back Monday and Tuesday for our final week of racing for the 2025 season. Tuesday will be Fan Appreciation Day. We hope to see you all out for the closing week action. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday night.